get the prize, run in such a way as to get the prize. And that's what we've done today. Inductees, you have run this race with patience and perseverance. You have endured long nights and moments of doubt. You have won, and you have won. Of course, you have won. That's why you're here. As the African proverb goes, smooth seas do not make skillful sailors. Your journey has forced resilience, compassion, and knowledge that no textbook alone can teach. Let me share a short story with you that has stayed with me throughout my career. A few years ago, a young mother from my community was rushed to a hospital with severe complications from malaria, a disease that still claims over 400,000 deaths annually in sub-Saharan Africa. She had traveled for hours, exhausted, fearful, and clutching the hand of her child. Like many of you, I knew the disease inside out. I knew the lab results. I knew the treatment algorithm. And yet, it was only when I sat by her bedside, listened to her story, her fears, her dreams, her hopes, that I realized something profound. Medicine does not about treating illness. It is about restoring hope. It's about treating the patient who has a disease. As William Osler wisely mentioned, the good physician treats the disease, the great physician treats the patient with the disease. Go, therefore, and be great physicians that will get all that we all be proud of. Today, as you step into the noble profession, that you will test your intellect, your patience, and your compassion. You will face uniquely Nigerian challenges: the rising tide of non-communicable diseases, maternal and child health disparities, and yes, the temptation of the Japa syndrome, where our brightest and the best minds live for opportunities abroad. But remember the words of Dr. Jamal Kelsey: successful people do not have fewer problems. They have determined that nothing will stop them from going forward. That's what we've done today. Congratulations. Let this determination guide you. Serve your communities and your nation and humanity itself. Nothing is both a science and calling. Proverbs 3:5-6 reminds us: trust in the Lord with all your heart and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways, submit to him, and he will make your path straight. Your knowledge and skills are essential, but it's humanity, empathy, integrity that will define your impact. Nigeria has over 400 million people, yet our doctor-to-patient ratio is far below the World Health Organization recommendation of 1 doctor to 1,000 population. This is a challenge, but it's also an extraordinary opportunity. Your training equips you not only to diagnose and treat, but also innovate, lead, and inspire systemic change in healthcare. As you take the Hippocratic Oath today, remember your hands can carry more than medicine. They carry hope, dignity, and compassion. Every patient is not a case file, much more than that. There is a story of a family, a life entrusted to you. And while this journey will be demanding, it will also be profoundly rewarding. Embrace every challenge as an opportunity for growth. Serve with all courage. Never lose sight of humanity behind every diagnosis that you make. As Isaiah 6:8 tells us, reminds us, here I am, send me, Lord. Here I am, send me. Today, as you stand ready to answer that call, go forth with dedication, wisdom, and love. Congratulations again at the KMA class of 2025. Today, you inherited a great legacy, a calling that has healed our land for generations. Now it is your turn to write the next chapter of Nigerian healthcare. One patient at a time. Go forth. Heal, inspire, and transform lives. Written by Dr. Oyeke Mesida Eboreme, Acting Dean, School of Medical Sciences. Thank you so much for listening.
Please, can we appreciate him again for that wonderful address? Moving on quickly, I would like to invite to the microphone the Provost, College of Health Sciences, Professor Dominic Osaga, MNI, for his address.
The Vice Chancellor, Professor Lawrence Ikechukwu Ezemere, and the chairman of this ceremony, members of the university management, Chief Medical Director of IUTH, the Registrar of the MDCN, Medical and Dental Council of Nigeria, our esteemed guest lecturer, Dean of the Postgraduate School, Deans of the schools in the College of Health Sciences, Deans of colleges in the university, distinguished members of Senate, Dean School of Student Affairs, directors, our dear students, members of the university community, representatives of our host community, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to warmly welcome you all to this special occasion, the induction ceremony of our newly qualified doctors. Today marks a significant milestone, not only in the lives of these young professionals, but also in the journey of our institution, Igbinedion University, Okada. It is a proud moment for the inductees, their families, and indeed, Igbinedion University, Okada. Permit me to first recognize and appreciate our esteemed guests, parents, guardians, and sponsors who have joined us to celebrate this landmark achievement. Your presence adds color and weight to this occasion. As we welcome these new doctors into the noble profession of medicine, it's important to reflect on the rigors of medical training. The path to becoming a doctor is one of discipline, sacrifice, and resilience. It requires long hours of study, clinical exposure, and continuous self-development. We must therefore continually examine and strengthen our training systems to ensure our graduates are not only competent, but also compassionate in their practice. I must commend the lecturers and the clinical instructors or clinicians in the School of Basic Medical Sciences, in the School of Basic Clinical Sciences, and in the School of Clinical Medicine of IUO, who have guided, nurtured, and mentored these young men and women over the years. Their dedication and tireless commitment to teaching and mentorship have laid solid foundation on which these graduates now stand. Chairman, sir, permit me to, at this point, recognize the deans and some of the lecturers in the different schools. The Dean School of Basic Medical Sciences, Professor Spencer, past Dean here present, Professor Sunday Josiah, heads of departments, Dr. Benowu, Professor Uche Ebozoje, Okwando Ebozoje, Professor Erifeta, Professor Unjoya, amongst many others, as well as Dr. Owonikoko and Dr. Igbinedion. In the School of Basic Clinical Sciences, the Dean, Professor Balogun, Taiwo Modupe Balogun, Dr. Nwobi, Professor Okaka, Professor Isibo, amongst many others. And in the School of Clinical Medicine, our Dean, who just read an address, Professor or Dr. Eborime Oike, Dr. Ofure Eborime, Professor Unuigbe, Professor Awe, Professor Chiedosia, Professor Dr. Esena, Professor Adam, Professor Saujagbo, and many others. These are the men and women that superintended what I'll call the pregnancy of these doctors that are graduating today. They worked tirelessly. And I see this opportunity to pray that they will get the reward of their services on earth here. May they never be tired. May God continue to bless them in and out wherever they find themselves. We also acknowledge the critical role of our regulatory bodies, including the Medical and Dental Council of Nigeria and the National Universities Commission, for setting standards and safeguarding quality and ensuring that the profession remains anchored on ethics and excellence. Your oversight, that is the oversight of the MDCN, the oversight functions give credibility and assurance to the training and practice of medicine in our country. Now, today, Dr. Abdul Enejo, Deputy Director, MDCN, is here representing the registrar, Professor Aisha Kiari. We want to thank you for coming to perform this induction on behalf of the registrar. Please extend our very warm felicitations to her and all staff of the MDCN. We pledge to continue to collaborate with the Council in ensuring standards in medical education. We are greatly honored to have our guest lecturer here today, Brigadier General Paulina Aburime, consultant maxillofacial surgeon, a gallant soldier, and medical director of the Military Hospital, Benin. Despite her many vital responsibilities, she graciously accepted our invitation. She will speak on the sparring team as you take your first step, heeding the call to salvage Nigeria's healthcare system. We believe that the lecture will give our new doctors a clear charge as they begin their noble journey. To the university management, we express our profound gratitude to your unwavering support, encouragement, and providing the enabling environment that has made today possible. We are grateful to the Vice Chancellor, Professor Ezemoye, and the university management again for their sustained support, evidenced by the expansion of infrastructure, installation of smart teaching aids, and continued investment in laboratories and learning environments. These advancements have greatly enhanced the quality of training offered within the college. We acknowledge the Chief Medical Director of Igbinedion University Teaching Hospital, Dr. Yao Abubakar Gagarawa, and the management of the hospital for the unwavering support and providing access to its facilities that allow students to gain valuable clinical experiences. Finally, we are grateful again to the parents, guardians, and sponsors for standing firmly behind these young inductees. Your sacrifices, patience, and encouragement have yielded fruit today. To our doctors here seated, remember, as we move on, to cure sometimes, to relieve often, and to comfort always. I also say to you, you carry the hopes of many, and the healing of tomorrow rests in your hands. May you continually to uphold the values of the noble profession of medicine and serve humanity with knowledge, skill, and compassion. On behalf of the deans, members, and faculty of the College of Health Sciences, I once again welcome you all and congratulate our new doctors. Thank you all, and may the future shine brightly for our young doctors. Congratulations, and God bless.
I believe we can do better than that for the provost. At this point, I would like to invite to the microphone for his remarks the chairman of this occasion and vice chancellor, Professor Lawrence Ikechukwu Ezemonye. Please, we can do better.
Please be seated. I would like to place on record our profound gratitude to the registrar and CEO of MDCN, Professor Fatima Kiari, who is here ably represented by a deputy registrar and a director of professional discipline, Dr. Anoja Abdul. I would like to really thank the registrar for obliging us and giving us an express permission to host this particular induction under short notice. Please extend our gratitude to the registrar. Let me also join the public relations officer to recognize with a deep sense of responsibility and purpose our guest speaker today. I've consistently described her as an officer and a gentleman, and an officer as a lady, an officer as a professional doctor, an officer as a CMD, talking about Brigadier General Dr. Aburime. Our provosts and directors, our parents that are here, special guests, the inductees. Please, can you give yourself a round of applause this morning? You see, when I listen to Dr. Ebereme speak on behalf of the acting dean of clinical medicine, he brought in the convivial and the excitement that's supposed to fill this air. Yeah. You see, because what we are doing today is not just serious business, but it's a thing of joy. I'm still talking about the surgeon, Dr. Ebereme. I don't have to look further to get an assistant orator of the university. That's an expression of the heart. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, It now behoves on me to give my address at the 20th induction ceremony and the oath-taking ceremony of our just graduated medical doctors. Something I have to put on record, and it is also for noting by MDCN, is that we graduate our students and induct them with precision. So we do not delay our induction ceremony. And that is why, yes, that is why just 26 years of existence, we are carrying out our 20th induction ceremony. Therefore, it is with immense pride and profound joy that I welcome you all to the Igbinedion University Okada for this momentous occasion of the 20th oath-taking ceremony and induction ceremony of our medical graduates. Today, we gather not merely to celebrate an academic achievement, but to witness a sacred transition. Actually, it is a metamorphosis of students into healers, scholars into practitioners, and of course, graduates into graduates. I wish to especially welcome the registrar of the MDCM, Professor Fatima Kayari, ably represented by the Deputy Registrar, Dr. Elijah Abdul. We thank you most profoundly for being affordable and available to perform this very critical duty of inducting the newly qualified medical doctors of our university into the profession of medicine. Let me also especially welcome and thank the guest speaker, Brigadier General Paul Aburime, the Chief Medical Director, Military-Based Hospital here in Benin City. We thank you again for accepting this responsibility at short notice. We can hardly wait to listen to your lecture, which is titled, "As you take your first step, heeding the call to salvage Nigeria healthcare system," because we know it promises to be an exciting and a rewarding one for our inductees. To our distinguished inductees, I say congratulations. I'm not sure you heard me. I say congratulations. You have been busy, lavishly clapping for non-participants. Now clap for yourself. Congratulations. The reason why you must clap for yourself and be happy for today's ceremony is that you have weathered the storm of lectures, practicals, endless nights of study, and the immense pressure of examinations. You have been sculptured and, of course, refined in the vessels of Nigeria Premier Private University, Igbinedion University. Today, you stand on this hallowed ground of our auditorium to witness the induction ceremony into a noble profession, which calls for duty for humanity. You're also prepared and ready to take your oath. Remember, the oath is a covenant that binds you to a lifelong service, ethics, and compassion. The theme for this 20th induction ceremony, as I earlier said, is as you take your first step, heeding the call to salvage Nigeria's healthcare system. It's well chosen and apt for the time. It is a deliberate, urgent, and emotional charge placed directly upon your shoulders. It acknowledges your first step into this profession, which is acclaimed worldwide, while simultaneously remind you of the colossal responsibility that awaits you as you leave the walls of this university. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I dare say that Nigeria's healthcare system, as we are all aware, stands at a critical crossroad. demanding our care. We are confronted by a paradox, a nation brimming with brilliant medical minds, yet grappling with profound systemic challenges. We face the stark realities of brain drain, where a significant number of our best and brightest brains are compared to seek practice abroad. Inadequate funding for the public health infrastructure, inequitable access to quality care health delivery, both at urban and rural areas, have continued to linger. It is a landscape that could easily inspire despair. But dear graduates, we at Igbinedion University have not trained you for despair. We have trained you for leadership. We have equipped you not just with the knowledge of medicine, but with critical thinking, innovation, resilience, which you have acquired over the years of study here in Igbinedion University. The call to salvage is not a call to single-handedly fix a broken systemic system. It is a call to be a catalyst. Your first step in this most important step that is required for this change. It sets the direction for the entire career and defines the kind of doctor you eventually become. Heeding this call means becoming a doctor of integrity. In a system sometimes plagued by unethical practices, let your word be your bond. Let your diagnosis be accurate. Let your counsel be truthful. And let your hands be clean. Please uphold the sanctity of the patient-doctor relationship, for it is the bedrock of your profession. Now, let me speak directly to the issue of the Japa syndrome, which is the law of practicing in a more developed clime with better remuneration and working conditions. This, of course, is understandable. However, I urge you to remember the soil that nurtured you. Seeing the challenges here are not insurmountable obstacles, but as they are, they require your skills, and they so desperately require your skills. Consider that the greatest impact, the most profound legacy that you will leave is to be part of the salvaging process. Please be among the courageous ones who choose to stay back and build our nation. I'm sure that at the end of this program, you will pledge to be among the courageous ones. But however, if you do travel to gain invaluable experiences, know that your ultimate goal is to return and reinvest that expertise here in Nigeria. I charge you to remember that the oath you take today is a solemn one and is vowed to humanity. It transcends ethnicity, religion, and social status. You will treat princesses, prince and princesses. You also treat paupers, but do so with the same devotion. You will celebrate new life and provide comfort at the end of life. You will witness immense joy and profound sorrow in the course of your service. Through it all, you must never lose the one ingredient that makes you a great doctor, which is empathy. For in the end, patients may forget your name, but they will never forget how you made them feel in the course of the service delivery. To our beloved parents that are here and guardians, law. Thank you for entrusting. Today we give to Nigeria not just a graduate, but a devoted healer. To the College of Health Sciences, led by the provost, ably supported by the CMD of our teaching hospital, I extend our deepest gratitude. You have been their guides, mentors, and sometimes you have acted as their parents, and of course, in some occasions, their toughest critics. You have given them the tools. You have provided the skills. Today, we are set to lose them, but to go into the world to build the change. In conclusion, my dear doctors, in conclusion, my dear doctors, as you take your first momentous step, do so with courage, do so with compassion, and with a steadfast commitment to the noble calling of medicine. Please heed the call to salvage, to build, and to elevate. Let the story of Nigeria healthcare renaissance be written with your hands, and let it begin today. Go forth from this great citadel of learning as our worthy ambassadors, carrying the torch of Igbinedion University to the darkest corners of our health sector, illuminating them with your knowledge, your skill, and your touch of humanity. Congratulations, and God bless Igbinedion University.
I don't want to believe that that applause was for the Vice Chancellor. IUO, authentic. Please clap for the Vice Chancellor once again. At this point, I have the privilege to invite to the microphone for the citation of the guest speaker for today's lecture, the University Orator and the Dean of Igbinedion College of Law, Professor O.G. Izeboa. Please let us appreciate him.
Our Digital Vice Chancellor and Chairman of the occasion, permits me to request our guest speaker, Brigadier General Paulina Olubunmi Aburume, to be upstanding for her citation. This is, I hope I will be protected for a civilian to order a Brigadier General to be upstanding. Citation of Brigadier Paulina Olubunmi Aburume, CMD Military Hospital, Benin City. Our guest speaker on the occasion of the oath taking, the 20th oath taking / induction ceremony of our newly qualified doctors of the 2024-2025 academic section, Igbinedion University, Okada, taking place today, the 18th of September, 2025, at the University Main Auditorium. Brigadier General Paulina Olubunmi Aburume is a strong lady of dual distinction. Not only has she distinguished herself as a worthy military general, rising steadily to the top most position of the military hierarchy, she has also distinguished herself as a worthy medical surgeon with many fellowships to her credit. Shall we applaud her, please? Brigadier General Paulina Olubunmi Aburume scaling of this height in both the medical field and the military could only have been done by a lady with guts, brain, and brawn. With a strength of character that was unassailable and a change of qualification that marked her out as a star of some sort, her path to the top in the military was clearly delineated. Scaling out as a member of the Direct Regular Corps 10, she belonged proudly to the Nigerian Army Medical Corps. Indeed, she has attended requisite military and civil courses commensurate to her rank. This made her upward trajectory in the military very rapid. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Brigadier General Paulina Olubunmi Aburume served meritoriously in every assignment she undertook, and hence she is a proud recipient of several military honors and medals, among which are Field Commander Medals, Distinguished Service Medal, to mention but few. Mr. Chairman, sir, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Brigadier General Paulina Olubunmi was born to the family of Otumba Adewale Onasaya of Ijebu Mushin, Ogun State. She is a chief consultant, oral maxillofacial surgeon, past logistics staff course, PLSC, a fellow of the National Defense College, FDC, a fellow of West Africa College of Surgeons, FWACS, a fellow of the National Postgraduate Medical College of Nigeria, FMCDS, and of course, a fellow of the Nigeria Institute of Management Chartered, among others. Brigadier General Paulina Olubunmi Aburume is an administrator per excellence. She has held several appointments spanning several commands of the military. She has also served several tours duty as head of department and medical director of NA Hospital, which includes 68 Nigeria Army Reference Hospital, Yaba, 81 Division Hospital and Medical Service, 44 Nigerian Army Reference Hospital, Kaduna, among others. She is currently the CMD Military Hospital, Benin, Edo State. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, beside this greatness in this Brigadier General, she's a humble and dutiful wife, married to a learned mind, a learned gentleman, Barrister Andrew Aburume, and the union is blessed with a golden daughter to the glory of God. Mr. Chairman, sir, Brigadier General Paulina, as she's called by her lovely husband and close associate, loves listening to music, watching investigative movie, traveling, reading novels, and of course, cooking. Mr. Chairman, sir, Brigadier General Paulina Olubunmi Aburume is one of the finest military officers, peaceful as a lamb, ferocious as a lioness, a lady of character and competence, a consummate administrator that is passionate in her ideas and compassionate to her in her dealings with her subordinate, a realist and a humanist. Permit me, therefore, Mr. Chairman, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to invite to this podium a very thoroughbred nationalist to deliver the oath-taking and induction lecture. Brigadier Man.
Yes. I've seen it. Oh, it's already on slide. Yours is showing? Okay. And I don't need this one. Tick. The Vice Chancellor, Igbinedion University, Okada, Edo State. The Registrar of the National Postgraduate of the Medical and Dental Council of Nigeria, ably represented by the Deputy Registrar. The Provost, College of Health Sciences, Igbinedion University, Okada. Very senior executives of the University of Igbinedion University, Okada. Very senior and eminent medical professionals present here. Invited guests of the university, the parents of the newly graduated medical doctors, friends and loved ones, the newly graduated medical doctors, ladies and gentlemen. I am Brigadier General Paulina Olubumi Aburime. I'm the director of the Military Hospital of Benin, and I feel very honored to be here this afternoon to speak as the guest lecturer at this 20th induction and oath-taking ceremony. I'll plead your indulgence to also say my salutations to the traditional heads. I don't know of exactly where, but I appreciate you being in the audience today, sir. Ladies and gentlemen. I thank the provost of the college, and indeed, all academic and non-academic staff of the college and university who have worked tirelessly to make this beautiful day possible. Hearty congratulations to our newly qualified medical doctors who have worked tirelessly. They've burnt the midnight oils, sacrificed sleep, sacrificed comfort, sat for and passed multiple examinations to get to this point in their lives. I'm talking of over a decade of studying to be excellent, years of being resilient, years and years of training, all towards this memorable moment in time. I see you. I know it because I've been there. Hearty congratulations to your support system, your parents and guardians, friends and loved ones who supported you with love, finances, prayers, food, and maybe their shoulders for you to cry on when the going was not so good. Your children, wards, and beloved new graduates of medicine and surgery appreciate your sacrifice in seeing them through to this day, and they are very grateful. To our newly qualified medical doctors, as you take your step today, your first step today, as the latest stakeholders in the Nigerian health system, I urge you to heed Nigeria's call to salvage our healthcare system. Today marks the beginning of a lifelong journey of your professional career in the medical field, a journey of selfless service, responsibility, and purpose, a calling. As you take your first step, I want you to envision a career that will contribute to ensuring a healthier Nigeria, since at the end of the day, there's never anywhere like home. This is our home, and we must make it work. And you, my dearest young colleagues, must contribute your quota to dramatically change the current rhetoric and transform Nigeria's ailing healthcare system. The Hippocratic oath you will take today is more than just a ceremonial recitation. It is a lifelong covenant. It binds you not only to the ethical and moral standards of medicine, but to the humanity of healing. What this means in practice is commitment to service. You pledge to place the well-being of your patients above personal gain, echoing the reminder that medicine is a calling, not a business. Ethical integrity. You vow to act within your competence, uphold confidentiality, and treat each patient with dignity and respect. Compassion and empathy. Beyond curing, you are called to care, to listen, to comfort, and to walk with patients through their most vulnerable moments. Lifelong learning. The oath is not static. It challenges you to keep growing, to transform brain drain into brain gain, and to use your knowledge to the betterment of your community. Service to society. It reminds you that your skills are not yours alone. They belong to the society that nurtured you, and you are entrusted to give it back. In essence, the Hippocratic oath you take today will be your compass when the path gets blurry. It will be your anchor when the storms of practice rage, and your reminder that the art and science of medicine is not just about prolonging life, but about preserving its dignity. Your first step represents the transition from learning to doing, from theory to practice, from being nurtured to becoming the nurturer. Every long journey, as they say, begins with a single step. Today, you're embarking on a lifelong expedition that will test your knowledge, stretch your resilience, and shape your humanity, which is more than donning a white coat or just taking an oath. I will talk a bit about the Nigerian system, the Nigerian healthcare system. An efficient and reliable healthcare system is indispensable for the growth and development of a nation. It enables citizens to receive good quality, cost-effective healthcare services whenever it is needed. In Nigeria today, unfortunately, millions still lack access to adequate healthcare, so your responsibility as young doctors is heavier. It is not enough to be competent. You must be innovative, compassionate, and skilled. Nigerians in many rural villages lack vaccines, drugs, life-saving medication. Many still die during childbirth, not because their conditions are untreatable, but because the health facility lacks electricity, sterile tools, or lacks qualified staff. These are the daily realities in Nigeria, the realities that you are being called to change. Nigeria's health outcome indicators are still unacceptably high. Maternal mortality ratio is 814 per 100,000. Mortality rate for infants and children under 5 years is 70 and 104 per 1,000 live births, respectively. A significant disparity in health status exists across states and geopolitical zones, as well as across rural or urban divide, education, and social status. Communicable diseases will constitute a major public health problem. Malaria accounts for 27% of global burden. Tuberculosis prevalence is at 323 per 100,000. The human immunodeficiency virus and the acquired immune deficiency syndrome prevalence is estimated at 3.2%. Malnutrition is common, with stunting rate at 43.6%. Guinea worm transmission was interrupted in 2013, and the last wild poliovirus was reported in September 2016. Non-communicable diseases burden, including hypertension, diabetes, and neurological disorders, are on the rise. Road traffic accidents are significant, while alcohol consumption and tobacco use are exceptionally high at 9.1% and 17.4% in 2015 and 2016, respectively. Mortality attributed to the household and ambient air pollution is at 99 per 100,000 of the population. Nigeria experiences multiple public health events perennially, with most infectious diseases in nature. Currently, the country has 2 World Health Organization graded emergencies, the Northeast humanitarian crisis, and Lassa fever outbreak. Achieving the Sustainable Development Goals remains a challenge in the country. Poverty is still pervasive, with 53.5% of the population living at less than $1.9 a day. However, strategies are being worked on, including the implementation of the Primary Healthcare Revitalization Program as a key strategy for attaining universal health coverage. Contributing factors to above-mentioned challenges include a weak healthcare system characterized by chronic underfunding, poor infrastructure, lack or minimal availability of hospital equipment, inadequate human capacity, skills, inadequate manpower, number, and inequitable resource distribution. These are further compounded by issues of poor sanitation, lack of access to safe water for majority of Nigerians, lack of regular and adequate power supply across the nation, and the rising costs of healthcare delivery nationally. I'll now go on to the human face of the Nigerian healthcare situation. Numbers and statistics can be sobering, and it is maybe cumbersome, but we must not lose sight of the human face behind these numbers. Behind every percentage is a person. There is a family. There is a story. A story of grief when a loved one dies for lack of oxygen or genuine antibiotics. A story of frustration when a patient waits hours for consultation with the doctor, only to be told that there are no drugs available to treat his treatable ailments. A story of despair when a young doctor leaves the country, torn between serving his nation and providing for his family. These stories should not merely make us weep. They should move us to action. They should ignite in us, my dearest young colleagues, a burning determination to be part of the change and transformation. I will now tell you why your role is critical. You may wonder how a few thousand newly qualified doctors in Nigeria can salvage a system so vast and so fragile. The answer is that every system is changed from within by individuals who refuse to surrender to despair. You are the lifeblood of the Nigerian healthcare system. You are the minds that will innovate and reinvent. You are the voices that will advocate and the hands that will treat and remold that system. Change does not begin in the government offices alone. It begins in consulting rooms, in emergency wards, in operating theaters, and in rural clinics. It begins when you treat every patient with dignity, when you resist corruption, when you commit to continuous learning, when you raise your voice for justice and always do the right thing. The state of Nigeria's healthcare system may seem daunting and may be discouraging, but we must remember that every great transformation in history began with people who refused to accept the status quo. You may be stepping into murky waters, but you are not stepping in unarmed. You have knowledge. You have new age technology. You have the passion, and you have the sacred oath. And with these, you can begin to heal not only patients, but the very system itself. Your call to action, and that is a call to self-sacrifice and stewardship. As you step to practice your chosen profession, self-service is not alone, is not enough. The practice of medicine demands sacrifice. To heal others, you will often give up your comfort, you will give up your leisure, and sometimes even personal safety. You must study continuously to be excellent at what you do. You will be called at midnight to attend to emergencies. You will stand for hours in operating theater rooms. You will miss family events because the patient needs you. There will be times when you're exhausted, yet you must still find the strength to reassure a frightened child or comfort a grieving family. In Nigeria, this sacrifice is magnified by systemic challenges. You may find yourself improvising with limited resources. You may work long shifts without adequate pay. You may endure stress that others cannot imagine. Yet, in all this, remember that sacrifice is the price of greatness. As you take your first step, you must remember that you are not only healers of individuals, you are custodians of the nation's health. This means you have a responsibility that goes beyond your clinic or your hospital. This extends to strategic planning and policy making, research, public health planning, community service. Stewardship means using your knowledge to guide society towards healthier choices. It means advocating for vaccination, sanitation, nutrition, and preventive care. It means contributing to medical research that advances knowledge. It also means standing against practices that endanger public health, such as quackery and misinformation. Stewardship also involves mentoring. Just as you are trained by teachers and senior doctors, so too will younger generations look up to you. The values you instill in them will ripple across decades and serve you too in your old age. As you take your first step, remember that you must conduct research. Ask hard questions. Embrace technology. Why should our rural clinics remain without electricity when solar solutions exist? Why should mothers die from hemorrhage when cheap uterotonic drugs are available? Why should malaria still kill children when rapid diagnostic kits are affordable? Be innovators who design context-specific solutions. Remember that the stethoscope itself was once an innovation born from a doctor's creative thinking. Your creativity may birth the next breakthrough that saves thousands of Nigerian lives. Beyond the consulting room, your voice matters in the halls of policy. Doctors must not remain silent when health budgets are slashed, when hospitals decay, or when corruption festers. Use your platforms, whether through medical associations, civil society, or direct engagement with policymakers, to advocate for stronger healthcare financing, universal health coverage, and investment in primary health care. Remember, policy changes practice. If you want better hospitals, safer working conditions, or accessible drugs, you must engage with policy. Silence is complicity. Advocacy is responsibility. Make sure that whether you serve in Lagos, in Maiduguri, or a small riverine community, your white coat is not just a garment, it is a flag of service. Let your hands bring healing. Let your words bring comfort, and your actions bring hope. Through and in all of this, very importantly too, you must strive to have a healthy work-life balance, which ensures that you also look out for yourselves. A healthy doctor is the one that can care for his patients. Sacrifice does not mean neglecting your own well-being. Note, you cannot pour from an empty cup. Guard your health, nurture your relationships, and seek balance. A burned-out doctor cannot save lives effectively. The sacrifice required as a doctor is noble, but it must be sustained wisely. On the screen, I've projected a picture of myself immediately after I took my own Hippocratic oath in 1999 at the University College Hospital in Ibadan. I have also projected beside it that I am a fellow of the West African College of Surgeons and the National Postgraduate Medical College. And I've also projected that I'm a surgeon operating in a Nigerian operating theater, specifically at the 68th Nigerian Army Reference Hospital, Yaba, Lagos. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is doable. In conclusion, as you sit here today in your beautiful gowns and caps, with your heart beating in anticipation of what the future holds for you, as you take your first step, the future is not bleak. It is pregnant with potential, which will not deliver itself. Potentials that need midwives, doctors like you to bring it forth. I urge you to reflect on what you have learned and achieved so far, and very importantly too, to ruminate on what you must become, the ambassadors of change and transformation for Nigeria. Today, Nigeria is calling, and I pray you heed that call to salvage her ailing healthcare system. You will not be stepping alone as you take your first step. You will step and walk with the hope of a nation, the prayers of your families, and the legacy of all who came before you. So go forth, dear doctors, serve, heal, lead, and transform. The future of Nigeria's healthcare is in your hands. As you take your first step, step with courage, step with compassion, step with conviction, step with integrity, step with the vision of a healthier Nigeria etched in your hearts and souls. Step with love and passion, and let us all join hands to make Nigeria great again. I will leave you with this quote. As you step forward today, remember the words from the Holy Bible, Jeremiah chapter 8, verse 22. Is there no balm in Gilead? Is there no physician there? You are now the balm. You are the physician. The answer is that to that question. Congratulations once again, dear doctors. Nigeria and the world awaits you. May the Almighty God bless you as you take your very first step. I thank you for listening.
You can do better than that. You can do better than that. Thank you so much. You may now be seated. We are moving on quickly. And at this point, I'm going to invite the rep of the Registrar and Chief Executive Officer, Medical and Dental Council of Nigeria, to do three things. First is going to present the remarks by the Registrar and CEO MDCN. He's also going to oversee the administration of the Hippocratic Oath and the taking of vow. After that, he's going to oversee the presentation of licenses and certificates to the inductees. It is on that note, ladies and gentlemen, that I would like to bring to the microphone to oversee these three activities the Deputy Registrar and Director, MDCN, Dr. Enejo Abdul. Please, can we give him a round of applause?
The big one.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. The chairman of the occasion, the Vice Chancellor, Igbinedion University, Professor Lawrence Ikechukwu Ezemunye, Fellow of the Academy of Science, and a great Josite. I crave your indulgence, sir, to stand on the protocols that have been established severally by you and the previous speakers. And while doing that, I want to do two things first. One, to bring you the greetings of the Registrar and Chief Executive of the Medical and Dental Council of Nigeria, Professor Fatima Kyari. She sends our very warm greetings to you, the Chancellor, and the university. She is unable to come herself, unfortunately, due to the exigencies of office. She has to attend to something urgently, and she asked me to represent her. My name is Dr. Enojo Abdu. I'm the Deputy Registrar and Director of Professional Discipline at the Medical and Dental Council of Nigeria. Now, I also want to do one more thing. In occasions like this, it's an opportunity to remind doctors and medical graduates. You will pardon me, I will not call you doctors yet, you are just graduates. Yes, you are not doctors yet. You are only qualified and have applied to be registered to become doctors. You have not been registered yet. We will do that shortly. But what I want to do is to request the practitioner here who appears to me to be the most senior registered practitioner in this gathering. And that is a bit easy for me because I know him, Professor Dominic Osagai. I do that because we are required by the Code of Medical Ethics in Nigeria, which is the ground norm for the conduct of doctors and dentists in Nigeria, in Rule 7 and 19 of that code, that at every occasion, be it professional or social, we must recognize and accord senior members of the profession their due respect. The corollary to that, which he does always, is to look out for the best interest of the junior doctors and guide them. So thank you very much, sir, for your service. The brief remarks. Once again, the chairman of the occasion, the vice chancellor, the provost, esteemed officials of the university, members of the faculty of the College of Health Sciences, very senior members of the profession. If there is anyone here who is senior to Professor Sagai, I apologize. It's not intended to slight you. It's just that I didn't know you are there. Proud families, and most importantly, the soon to be inducted medical graduates. I also want to recognize and thank the students of our sister profession who are here. It's gratifying to see that you are participating in this induction. The nursing students. Thank you very much for coming. Now, today marks a pivotal moment, not just in your individual lives, but in a broader narrative of healthcare excellence in Nigeria and beyond. As you take your first steps, as has been amply elaborated for you by the guest speaker. By the way, the guest speaker is particularly outstanding. One, she is a female in Nigeria, in a country like Nigeria. if you are not a girl child and you don't pay attention, you do not know that they have extra challenges, much more than the rest of us. She beat that, got into medical school, she beat that one, and joined the army and became a general. Then she is also a specialist in oral and maxillofacial surgery. Now, you may not understand how difficult that is, because if you did not study dentistry and you've not associated with them, it is much more difficult to train a dental surgeon than it is to train a physician. Roughly a ratio of 3:1. But she's a specialist, not just a practitioner. Okay. So thank you very much, ma'am. So I was saying, I want to speak to you about something fundamental to your journey. And that is the critical importance of strict regulation of medical education. Your teachers, your parents, your guardians, and everyone associated with you will testify to how strict it is. Every time you are worried about accreditation and non-accreditation rules and regulations. And the rigorous standards that you have endured over these past years were not arbitrary. They were not arbitrary obstacles, but carefully constructed safeguards designed to protect the most precious of our possessions, human life. You are not just handling just anything. You are going to deal with human lives. What you do or what you fail to do will be the difference between a man and his death, or the person will get up and go home. Of course, life is in God's hands, but the same God ensured that they were physicians. The lawyers here, we know that we have this long-drawn debate that has not been concluded. Who is the first among the learned professions? We insist that is the doctor, because God created man, put him to sleep, took one of his ribs and fashioned out a mate for him. Putting him to sleep, performing an operation on him is what doctors do. The scribe just started writing after things moved on, and the priest came in thereafter. So we believe we are the first. If you're a lawyer, you can argue with your books. Thank you. Now, every examination you have passed, every clinical rotation you completed, every sleepless night you endured studying has been part of a systematic approach to ensure that you emerge not just as doctors, but as competent, ethical, and trustworthy physicians. In Nigeria, where our healthcare challenges are complex and resources are very limited, the importance of a well-regulated medical education cannot be overstated. And to do that, the Medical and Dental Council of Nigeria, working with institutions like Igbinedion University. Now I need to make a comment about Igbinedion University. This is the first private medical school. Their 25th induction ceremony. In their own way, they have been contributing to the human resource for health from private resources. Underline that, from private resources. Yes, you pay tuition fees, but I assure you that your tuition fees do not pay for the education you get. It is the vision of a person who sat, taught this, and put it into action with sheer willpower. And we are here conducting this the 25th time. So please, Vice Chancellor, sir, convey our appreciations and gratitude to the Chancellor for what he has put up here. So with institutions like this, we maintain these standards not to make your path difficult, but to ensure that every patient who walks into your consulting room can trust that they are receiving care from someone who has met the highest educational standards. Imagine this. When a mother brings her favorite child to you at 2 a.m., she doesn't have the time to question your credentials. She just reflexively trusts that the system that produced you has done its job. And it is our duty to ensure that she is not disappointed. That is why we insist that the standards are maintained. The regulation of medical education serves three critical purposes. First, it ensures clinical competency. The standardized curriculum, supervised clinical training, and rigorous assessment methods you have experienced guarantee that you possess the fundamental knowledge and skills necessary to diagnose, treat, and care for patients safely and effectively. Note, diagnose, treat, and care. Care. Second, it promotes ethical grounding. Through regulated medical education, you have been instilled with the principles of medical ethics. That is autonomy of the patient, beneficence, non-malfeasance, and justice. The patient is autonomous. That autonomy means you must respect his dignity. And that means he has the right to consent or withhold his consent to treatment, even if you think that is in his best interest. It is his right to refuse that. And when he decides to take your advice, it is your duty to take him back and continue your treatment. You owe him utmost confidentiality. It's all part of his autonomy. Beneficence, whatever you do for that patient should be intended to benefit him. It shouldn't just be you are doing it for your sake. As you continue your practice, if you get registered, you will see situations where people just conduct procedures because the patient can pay. Those who are surgeons know what is referred to as patient selection. You don't just operate on every patient that presents to you. You select your patients in a manner that ensures that the patient's best interest is served. That means the surgery benefits him more than the cost it will inflict on him. It is all part of beneficence. And of course, non-malfeasance do no harm. The guest lecturer highlighted that amply. Whatever you do should not harm the patient. Even if it does, the cost, the benefit should much outweigh the cost. And justice. Justice means that you will give the patient your best of your resources, your skills, your knowledge, and everything. And you are not going to select patients on the basis of your standing. When you take the pledge, you see all that highlighted. A person presents to you, you treat him because he's a patient and his condition deserves the resources available, even if he is the least in social standing. Third, it maintains public trust. Strict regulation ensures that medical profession maintains its integrity and credibility in society. When people see the doctor in scrubs or in a white coat, they must continue to see competence, compassion, and reliability. Forget what, with apology to the provost, what NMA says. The society still respects doctors tremendously. It is a reflexive respect, and that respect has been earned over time from antiquity till date because of the strict regulation of the profession, the ethics, the education, and the practice. We are insisting on upholding that. So as you enter the profession, you become guardians of this standard. You are not going to drop the ball. You will hold it to the next generation. The regulation that shaped your education doesn't end here. It continues through continuous professional development, peer review, and ethical practice. You are now responsible for upholding the very standards that you were trained by. Nigeria's health system needs physicians who understand that excellence is not negotiable. In a country where we face challenges ranging from infectious diseases to a growing burden of non-communicable diseases, from maternal mortality to mental health crisis, we cannot afford shortcuts in medical education or practice. So I challenge you to see regulation not as restriction, rather see it as liberation. Liberation to practice with confidence, knowing that you have been thoroughly prepared. Liberation to innovate within a framework of safety and efficacy, and liberation to serve your communities with full backing of a profession that demands excellence. So as you take the pledge today, remember that you are not just promising to do no harm, you are committing to maintain the standards that make that promise meaningful. You are pledging to support the very regulatory framework that has brought you to this moment. To the families, the parents, the guardians present here today, you can be proud knowing that your sons and daughters have not just earned a degree, but have emerged from one of the most rigorously regulated educational systems in the world. I say that, as they say colloquially, with a full chest. The quality of the Nigerian doctor is among the highest in the world. We rank between the first and the third in the world. The young physician you celebrate today has been molded by standards that prioritize patient safety above all else. And to you graduates, as you step into your roles, hopefully, as house officers, and begin your journey as practicing physicians, carry with you the understanding that strict regulation in medical education and practice is not just a requirement, it is a privilege. It is what separates medicine from other professions and what makes your white coat a symbol of trust, competence, and hope. May you practice with wisdom, serve with compassion, and always remember that the rigorous path that brought you here was designed to prepare you for the sacred responsibility you now bear. The responsibility for the health and well-being of your fellow human beings. I will congratulate you after you have taken the pledge. Thank you very much.
Please, can we appreciate him again? Thank you very much. At this point, I would like to invite the chairman of the occasion to, in his usual fashion, present a plaque as a token of appreciation to the Registrar and Chief Executive Officer, Medical and Dental Council of Nigeria, ably represented by Dr. Igbinedion Abdul. Please, can we give him a round of applause as he received that? The Vice Chancellor will also present him with a souvenir of Igbinedion University, Okada, to take back with him as a show of love and appreciation. Please, can we applaud him, please? May I also call on our distinguished guest speaker for today, Brigadier General P.O. Aborime, to kindly stand and receive a plaque of appreciation from the Vice Chancellor for a job well done. Please, can we applaud her? I cannot hear you clapping, please. The Vice Chancellor would also present her with a souvenir from Igbinedion University. Please, another round of applause. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, you will permit me to invite back to the microphone the Deputy Registrar and Director MDCN, Dr. Igbinedion Abdul, to kindly come and oversee the administration of the Hippocratic Oath and taking of vow. Please, can we applaud him?
All right. So, photographer, ITV, I want to see them so they see me clearly. Now you are about to step over the threshold. You are about to move from being an ordinary human being to join a rarefied group of people. Nigeria's population is estimated to be 238 million. There are only 55,000 of us in Nigeria. You are about to join us. That comes with a lot of privilege. In an instant, you are likely to become an international citizen. That's why everybody is exhorting you not to japa, because every country in the world will gladly receive you as an immigrant. It opens doors, it boosts your standard of living, and a lot of other things. But it also comes with grave responsibilities. The society reflexively expects much more from you than they do from every other person. Your conduct, your behavior, your finances, whatever you do, the society expects much more from you. But more importantly, as I said earlier, you are going to be a steward of people's lives. People will submit themselves to you. I saw a cleric here, Catholic priests. They take confession, I think it's on Thursday, and their congregants are expected to confess to them and receive absolution of their sins. But even things they will not confess to their priest, they will tell you. They reflexively trust you. Things a wife or a husband will not tell their spouse, they will tell you. A person will submit himself to you to take their consciousness and put them to anesthesia. Reflexively, they believe they are in good hands. And you will be in a position that what you do or what you fail to do may make a life slip away or save that life. For Muslims, there's a Quranic injunction that if you save one life, you have the reward of a person who has saved the whole of humanity. And if you wrongfully kill a life, you have the punishment of a person who has killed the whole of humanity. As a doctor, you will find yourself doing that almost on a daily basis. So your responsibilities are not just here, they transcend into the hereafter. You'll be held to account here, and you'll be held to account in the hereafter. So this is very serious business. And that is why I said, I will not congratulate you. I will not call you doctors until you have taken the pledge. So I want you to think about it seriously. Please, silence. Silence, please. Think about it and decide whether you are sure you want to cross that threshold. On the one hand, the privileges, on the other, the very grave responsibilities, whether you want to bear them. I'm waiting. If there's anyone who doesn't want to proceed, we'll be glad for you to step aside. Aha, I think I've seen one. Madam. Yes, you. Okay, stop smiling. I'm waiting. Nobody? So if you are ready to join us, kindly stand up. You have the pledge? Do you have copies of the pledge? On the program book, go to page 16. Or you recite after me. Sorry, photo people, you are blocking me. So you are going to recite after me, and you do so solemnly. And when we get to where it says, I solemnly, you say, I, you say your name, plain, just your names. Are you ready? All right. As a member of the medical profession, recite after me. As a member of the medical profession, I solemnly pledge to dedicate my life to the service of humanity. The health and well-being of my patient will be my first consideration. I will respect the autonomy and dignity of my patient. I will maintain the utmost respect for human life. I will not permit considerations of age, disease, or disability, creed, ethnic origin, gender, nationality, political affiliation, race, sexual orientation, social standing, or any other factor to intervene between my duty and my patient. I will respect the secrets that are confided in me even after the patient has died. I will practice my profession with conscience and dignity and in accordance with good medical practice. I will foster the honor and noble traditions of the medical profession. I will give to my teachers, colleagues, and students the respect and gratitude that is their due. I will share my medical knowledge for the benefit of the patient and the advancement of healthcare. I will attend to my own health, well-being, and abilities in order to provide care of the highest standard. I will not use my medical knowledge to violate human rights and civil liberties, even under threat. I make these promises solemnly, freely, and upon my honor. Congratulations. Now you are going to recite the declaration. And now that you are doctors, when you say I, you prefix it with doctor before you say your name. So I, do sincerely and solemnly declare that as a registered medical practitioner of Nigeria, I shall exercise the several parts of my profession to the best of my knowledge and ability for the good, safety, and welfare of all persons committing themselves to my care and attention, and that I will faithfully obey the rules and regulations of the Medical and Dental Council of Nigeria and all other laws that are made for the control of the medical and dental professions in Nigeria. Welcome. You have crossed the threshold. You are going to sign your oath forms. They are going to be in your registration file, and it is part of your records for life. Now, our next proceeding is you perform your first duty as registered practitioners. You are going to show gratitude. Remember that you pledge to show gratitude. Yes, you just did. So you are going to show gratitude first to Igbinedion University, Okada, for putting up this institution, going through the obstacles, the difficulties they pass through to ensure that it is an accredited institution. If you are following the news, you will be aware of details of people who went to institutions that are not accredited. They are still there. Igbinedion made it happen for you. So, Mr. VC, sir, I request you to stand on behalf of the university to take that bow, to receive the bow. So, you are going to bow after the count of 3 to the Vice Chancellor as a show of gratitude to this institution. 1, 2, 3. Thank you, sir. Next is to the college. The members of the faculty, your teachers, the administrative staff, they went through great lengths. They went to great lengths and went through great pain and effort to bring you thus far. From when you did not know the difference between a brachial pulse, a carotid pulse, and a radial pulse, to now being able to tell what a fourth heart sound is. They brought you this far. I request the provost to stand on behalf of the college. You are going to bow as a show of respect and gratitude to the college after the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Purple dress, you didn't bow. We'll repeat it. Yes. You just started and you started showing disrespect. Sorry, sir, please, we'll repeat it. Yes, sir. You bow after the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Aha. That's better. Thank you. Now, the third and the most important one. To your parents. They brought you into this world. They nurtured you. They put you through school. They guided you to the extent that you got admitted to medical school. They expended their resources, some to the last of it, just to see you come this far. You owe them a debt of gratitude that you will never be able to repay. You can only say thank you. You are going to bow and imagine that your parent is in front of you after the count of 3 as a show of your gratitude. 1, 2, 3.
trendybeats.com.
Thank you. And the fourth one. I will not bow, though. Is from me to you, the new doctors, on behalf of the MDCN, to say thank you for going through all the pains you went through, all the exams you had to pass to get this far, all in a bid to join our profession and take the flag on. Thank you very much. Okay, so you know that better than everyone. You are the digital generation. Your licenses, you have registered already. That's on your, you have your account on our portal. When I get back with your old forms, or when I receive the old forms, you will receive your licenses, your certificate of provisional registration, and annual practicing licenses for 2 years. I need to emphasize that your provisional registration has a lifespan of 2 years. You are expected to do your housemanship in those 2 years. Note, housemanship is not a career. Housemanship is the last leg of your training, provided by the law. It is the hand-holding period where you'll be molded from a trainee from an institution to become a full-fledged doctor. It is after the housemanship that you will apply for full registration. Are you listening? So do not think that because you have received provisional registration, you don't need to bother. It will expire in 2 years and you cease to be a doctor. It is only after you finish your housemanship, you submit your certificate of experience. That is what the CMD of the hospital will sign for you with your application for full registration. And your name is entered in the full register, that you become a full-fledged doctor in the eyes of the law. And your name will not be erased except you look for trouble. For those who wish to do housemanship in the federal teaching hospitals and federal medical centers, you will register on the housemanship portal. You will choose the hospital you want. Please do not come to the council seeking placement to hospitals in Abuja. Your request will not be granted because there are no vacancies. The portal is intended to provide a level playing field for everyone. You don't need to know anyone. You don't need to beg anyone. Go to the portal. The hospitals that have vacancies will be available. You click on any of them and off you go. If you go to Nguru, you'll be paid as much as the person at National Hospital Abuja. There's no difference in the pay. You may even get better experience because your patient traffic may be higher. So I needed to let you know of that. You are going to get your licenses. They probably will be called one by one. Provost, sir. So they will do handshake with you and the VC. You want to dispense with that? Okay. Yes, you.
Everybody's gonna win. Yes, yes. If only you just believe, yeah. Close your eyes and come see, yeah, yeah. Don't you worry about a thing, cause if you
So, you are going to file out one after the other according to your names. You shake hands with the, yes, Adeyolu Adeshewa Faith. Adeka Esieme Kedechukwu Samuel.
That nation document.
Akínbíyì Akínọlá Ọláolúwa.
What have you done to me?
Akínyéké Tèmítọ́pẹ́ Joshua. Anya Hara Hedwig Simple Chiamaka. Ayúyọ̀fọ̀ Amarachi Blessing Esi. Hello. Akinwolire Charles. Ben God's power. Christmas Frank. Chukwudi Seda Orikama. Ezewe Ugonwa. Ezeobi Somtochukwu Promise. Ezugo. Chiagozie Divine. Ezomo Blair. Famose Albertine Jonah. Sorry, Famose Omobolawa Adeola. Gabriel Albertine Jonah. When the Joseph Akpos. Ibrahim Sekina. Precious Chinaza. Isa Hawa.
I said we never see.
Ayomide.
You know, probably never do anything. I don't know. Every time that they try for you Sunday morning, they be like saying you not deal with your food. And then so that for people.
Akonjola Ayomide Adeniyi.
Number one, they ring. And your phone.
Mezila Dokas.
The number when you take on.
Gbogbo.
Sunday morning. Go to celebrate not come.
Monago.
You go Benin tomorrow. Okay, see the Benin. I say you don't say money. Say you the request. He said it's not one that I want to consider. Okay, see the possibility.
Okaminiwe favor.
As I drive to that, I never get work. As you told me, increase now you're selling. As we have boss, as I just need to be boss, I sell them.
Osai.
Yes, the boss, not cost another. Because the mechanics cars, I just start to be repair, work on the gearbox, say no about thing. Now say work on
Abeg,
that.
make that person be, make the person mute your something, now, make I hear something.
Okay, so I'll call all of them. Safianu Amarachi. Okay. Yusuf Aisha. Finally.
See my shoulder, make you rest on me.
Thank you very much.
Me be your friend indeed. Money don't show now.
Kindly take your seat. I need everybody out of the aisle, please. All the photographers, the only people that expect to be on the aisle are the ITV team and the IO media. Please, every other person return to your seats, please. Please, kindly return to your seat. Take your seats. Please, kindly return to your seats, please. The pictures will happen much later. Let us finish so you can continue with other things you want to do for today. Please. Thank you very much. Please, can we appreciate the newly inducted medical doctors again, please? I said, can we appreciate and applaud the newly inducted medical doctors? I appreciate yourselves once again.
Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the next item is the award for excellence. And so I felt there's a need to make some remarks before this. Please, can we have some quiet there, cameraman? This university was established on the 10th of May, 1999, as the very first private university in this country.
Please, Dr. Sass, can you please help us mute your mic?
Made
Like, it's
possible
interfering with the program.
by
Thank you.
our Honorable Chancellor, the founder and the proprietor, who just turned 91 years old. So I will crave your indulgence in recognition of what God has done for our Honorable Chancellor and for the establishment of this very first private university and the first private medical school in Nigeria to be upstanding, and let us give him a round of applause. Please be upstanding. Thank you. A round of applause, a round of applause. For our Honorable Chancellor at 91, the Lord will keep him, protect him, provide for him, and may his days continue to be long and fruitful. We ask this through the Almighty God. Please be seated. Thank you. I would like to mention that at the last concluded examination of the laboratory science professional examination, our university scored 100%. Still talking of excellence, in the last concluded 100-level medical and pharmacy exams, which we normally use as barometers of growth, we had 14 100-level medical students with 5.0 CGPA. And in the College of Pharmacy, 9 100-level
the farm student scored 5.0 GPA. I also have the privilege of presenting to you an alumnus of this university that have done the university very proud. I'm talking about Miss Issa Fatima Azumi. Is she here with us? Please come up the stage. She emerged, she was a first-class student of our university, and she emerged the best candidate in the ICANN 2003-2004 examination. She had the highest score for the professional level and won the Merit Award. She also won the Society of Women Accountants of Nigeria Swan Prize for being the best qualifying candidate for the duet. She also won the Akintola William Deloitte and Touch Prize for the best qualifying candidate for the duet. This is what IUO is made of. And our parents are equally here. Our parents are here. Please, can you be upstanding for recognition? The father should come too. This way, sir. Yeah. Thank you. We are not done yet. And one of the Azumis has also been a doctor as a medical doctor. Is she here with us? Please come over. This is what IUO is made up of. Excellence, providing opportunities. Please come. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. And please, can we give them a round of applause? Yeah. So when we talk about IUO, authentic.
Be my goal, as you gonna everything I go to for my pepe, my reading my blues, my activity, reading from Monday to Sunday.
I was welcoming our visitors and guests. I told you that we are the first and still leading private university in Nigeria. And where you are seated is the main auditorium of the very center of knowledge and excellence. Moving on quickly, I would like to invite to oversee the presentation of awards on academic excellence, the Provost, College of Health Sciences, Professor Dominic Osaga. Please let us appreciate him.
The chairman, sir. Our guest lecturers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. This award is being given out today to reinforce that the MBBS is a program that spans from 100 level to 600 level, and that there are professional exams that are written. Part 1, Part 2, Part 3, and Part 4. And during the course of writing these exams, the students, of course, undergo several assessments. And the exams I mentioned 1 to 4 are professional exams regulated by the MDCN, based on the MDCN regulations. The MBBS degree is unclassified. So giving this award today does not translate to either first class, second class, or what have you. It is just to recognize excellence and academic progress during the course of the training. And I want to mention that in our exams in the medical school, just like all parts of the university. Any student that makes 70% and above and satisfies the external examiner or court of examiners as a whole is awarded a distinction, provided he scores more than 60 in all parts of the exam. And that has resulted in the awards today. So for the Part 1 MBBS, the Part 1 MBBS, we have I'm sorry, please let me get it here again. Where is it here? We have the awards. Okay. No, before overall best, we give out the others. Where's the Part 1 here now? Leave this one first. Bring the others. What's the name? For this training, we have what we call the overall best. And we look at overall best for males and overall best for females. So for the female, we have Dr. Sanami I think all of them, they should be 7 overall. Yeah. The overall best male, Dr. Kelechi Samuel Adikachene. Now for the Part 1 MBBS, that's from they were assessed by the School of Basic Medical Sciences. And the award goes to Dr. Adikachene Kelechi Samuel. What did you say? Sorry, Dr. Kelechi, let Professor Spencer take with you and your mommy. being from the School of Basic Medical Sciences. Professor Spencer, please. So the next category goes to Dr. Una Austin Habinachi. I will say so. So the award is for part 2 MBBS. That is in the area of pathology or sciences of pathology and pharmacology So we call on the Dean of School of Basic Clinical Sciences to please take photograph with them. Professor Balogun. That's part 2, I think. This is, I wish to put some small comment on this doctor's awards. Dr. Habinachi joined our university as a transfer student from Hungary. And he joined at the pathology class when the class had even started. And he went ahead to be the best student for that exam. That is for the part 2. The next award, sir, is for, again, Dr. Kelechi Samuel Adikasile. This award is for pediatrics, child health, and obstetrics and gynecology. The Dean of Dr. Borima, are you still there? Please come and take a photograph with him. Sorry, I looked away. Well, I'm the one that's actually to take photograph with him.
Are you supposed to take?
And hello. Yes, I will take with you, being from pediatrics. Odds. That is the last exams written by the students in internal medicine, surgery, and community medicine. Dr. Una Austin Habinachi. Call on Professor Awe, Dr. Ofure Eborime. Who else is in medicine here now? We'll take this photograph. Then Dr. Esene, or Dr. Bodeno, is he there? Okay. Chairman, sir, this is now the zenith of the awards. In recognition of the overall best graduating students. That is considering the results for part 1, part 2, part 3, and part 4. And that doctor is Dr. Adikaisieme Kelechi Samuel. All the deans, please. All the deans should join this photograph. All the deans should join this photograph. Professor Spencer, Professor Balogun, Professor Eborime, and the provost. So you all one more time. Thank you very much. We will move quickly for want of time. I would like to invite for a speech by the valedictorian, Dr. Kelechukwu Adikaisieme Samuel, to the microphone, please. Can we appreciate him?
Tears thou a man, diligent in his works. He shall stand before kings, he shall not stand before mean men. Seest thou a man, diligent in his works, he shall stand before kings, he shall not stand before mean men. The Vice Chancellor, sir, Professor Lawrence Ikechukwu Ezemoye, and other principal officers of the university. Our guest speaker, Brigadier General Dr. Paulina Aburime. The Registrar, Medical and Dental Council of Nigeria, Professor Fatima Kiari. The Provost, College of Health Sciences, Professor Osayande Osagai, MNI. The Dean School of Basic Medical Sciences, Professor Spencer Wangu. The Dean School of Basic Clinical Sciences, Professor Taiwo Balogun. The Dean School of Clinical Medicine, Dr. Mrs. Imisidayo Eborime Oike. The Chief Medical Director of IUTH, Dr. Yao Abubakar Gagarawa. HODs and erudite lecturers, the non-teaching staff of the college, our lovely parents, friends, well-wishers, and medical students. And of course, the inducted doctors of Adikaiseme's class. I send my warmest regards to you all. I take great pride in all humility in standing before you today to give this induction speech on behalf of my class. Ladies and gentlemen, I am not a storyteller, but I would like to tell us a story. Shall we begin? This journey started about 7 years ago. The doctors we celebrate today have metamorphosed through time, pain, hard work, heartbreaks, emotional breakdown, academic dangers, self-doubt, fear, and self-denial. We came in all jolly and enthusiastic, oblivious to what was at stake, going through 100 level and fighting for our spot in preclinical medicine in 200 level. This was when it dawned on us that on more problem day. Even when the chips were down, we navigated through anatomy, biochemistry, and physiology. After our first MBBS exam, some dropped by the way, while others nodded and we thought we had arrived. Clinical medicine not only showed us shege, but also an eye-opener that this race follows Charles Darwin's theory of natural selection. It was survival of the fittest. Being fit doesn't necessarily mean being smart. It means being diligent and hardworking and consistent. Ironically, the reward of hard work is more work. The almighty pattern farm came. The almighty pattern farm came with his own storm, testing not only our knowledge, but also our bonds and choices in life. But guess what? We survived. Psychiatry opened our eyes to see the less spoken about, but one of the most intricate parts of life, the mental health. And this is to everyone out there battling one mental health issue or the other. I want to say healing is very possible. Obstetrics and gynecology and pediatrics was a world of its own. I will start with a few of our favorite quotes from our dear HOD of obstetrics and gynecology, Dr. Otuomage. It is not the tail that wags the dog. It is the dog that wags the tail. When your house is burning, you do not start chasing rats. If you want to get to the moon, you have to aim for the stars. Thank you, sir, for your constant words of wisdom. Clinic with the provost was one of the most enjoyable moments, yet very tasking. Whenever we mess up, we receive our regular "you dey craze." The big masquerade himself, your impact in our lives is invaluable. After this, we came to the final lab facing community medicine, internal medicine, and surgery. The thoroughness of this phase was quite demanding and eventful. We were at our highest, yet at our most vulnerable. Our fate was decided after the results were out, and here we are. Special thanks to our HODs, Dr. Esene. You amaze and inspire us in ways we can't explain. Professor Awe, thanks for always sharing your experience with me, and I have a little confession, sir. Sir, all those times I usually come to your office to just greet you for no reason. It was because you always give me drinks and biscuits. Thank you so much, sir. Dr. Eberime Oike, you are very meticulous both in and out of the classroom, and I'm grateful for always keeping me on my toes and your intentionality towards our success. And of course, Dr. Ofunre Eberime, your love for us needs to be studied. We are most grateful to you all. To our comrades writing their receipt exams, we are wishing you success and hope to see you at this end of the journey soon. Of course, we also remember our lecturers who contributed to this great journey, but are no more with us in the college, Dr. Kazim, Dr. Wahab, and Dr. Benebo. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this story will not be complete without paying tribute to those who we have lost on the way. Lecturers, medical students, and loved ones who would have been so proud to see us today. Late Mr. Kelvin in 100 level, late Dr. Akinshipe in 400 level, and late Mr. Razak. And also my late father, Mr. Gregory Wannika DKCMM, who passed on a few months to my first MBBS exams. Dad, I have kept my parts of the deal. I hope you are proud now. Medicine is no one's birthright. Medicine is a calling. The focus is on healing, caring, and easing suffering. According to William Osler, the good physician treats the disease, the great physician, treats the patient who has the disease. He who desires to practice medicine and surgery must go to war. These also were words of Hippocrates himself. Ladies and gentlemen, we have gone to war, and that is why we are here, qualified medical doctors. All glory to Almighty God. The reason all these are possible, and the force driving this dream into reality. These heights couldn't be attained without the colossal input of our fantastic lecturers in both preclinicals, Professor Uche, Professor Josiah, Professor Njoya, Professor Spencer, Dr. Ima, Dr. Wonikoko, Professor Erifeta, Dr. Paul, Dr. Kolawole, and in clinical medicine. I really wish I can start mentioning all and thank you one by one, but I'm going to be using the provost, the deans, and the HODs as a point of contact to you all. Also, the non-teaching staff, your efforts have not gone unnoticed. To our parents, our engine room, thanks for constantly supporting and believing in this dream of ours, and also our constant billing. Please don't stop responding to us. Today, a new doctor has been added to the family. To my lovely mother, Mrs. Beauty Adikeseme Odunze, Omalicham, Achalugo, Mommy Tata. You are the reason I'm standing here today. Thanks for being my mother and my father. Thanks for being the husband and the wife. Your last one is now a medical doctor. Please, can we give our parents a round of applause? I would also like to appreciate the medical officers and residents in Igbinedion University Teaching Hospital who have one way or the other contributed to this great story. Dr. Akpata, Dr. Nwike, Dr. Grace, Dr. Harmony, Dr. Adedoyin, Dr. Wisdom, Dr. Goodluck, Dr. Uzo, to mention but a few. To the school authority, thanks for giving us such an enabling environment and blessing us with world-class lecturers. Generally, with the growing number of medical students and increase in the quota across medical schools in Nigeria, there is an imminent need for a national reform in classes, consulting rooms, wards, theaters, and labs. And of course, the need for more permanent lecturers and consultants in order to match the demands of the number without straining the already hardworking lecturers in medical schools in Nigeria. This is in fact geared towards maintaining and improving the very good standards of medical training medical students receive in the country. I also seize this moment to call on the necessary authorities in the Nigeria health sector. Since 2013, the National Association of Resident Doctors in Nigeria have accumulated about 159 strike days. They accounted for 154 of 252 total strike days in that period. These strikes have been triggered by issues surrounding underpayments and non-payment of salaries, unpaid allowances, poor ergonomics within the facility premises, infrastructural deficits. Just recently, Dr. Oluwafemi Rotifa, a resident doctor at River State University Teaching Hospital, collapsed and passed on after a 72-hour shift. With a doctor-to-patient ratio of 1 doctor to 10,000 patients in Nigeria, far worse than WHO recommended of 1 to 600 patients. These and many more are the problem statements. And until these problems are squarely dealt with and doctors and other healthcare practitioners are wholly and duly taken care of, I'm afraid the Japa syndrome may still continue. To the latest doctors in town, it has been a wonderful ride. Our doggedness and hard work have brought us thus far. It is time to make great exploits. It is time to go into the world and save lives. Thank you for the good memories we've had. Special thanks to Kadia, Lucy, Essie, Mrs. Coco, the president of AYUMSA, Israel Charity, Wallace, Kiwi, Smartman Academy, FGN, and my Azkaban boys. Ateta, Omar King, and to my beautiful aunt, Ms. Dominica Adieme, no words can describe what you mean to me. Thanks to those who have also made medical school and my stay as a class were particularly difficult. You are not left out. To my junior colleagues, you are doing well. Seize every moment to be better than your yesterday. Keep your head up. And to my junior class reps, Ade Fesoye, Odunola, Onya, and Bello. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. Only us can relate to this pressure. I beseech you to keep your integrity high, and I love you all with all my heart. I will also be available whenever you need me. Finally, as I've taken this oath and stepped into the medical profession, I do so with gratitude for those who guided me, humility for the path ahead, and commitment to uphold the values of compassion, integrity, and excellence. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Dr. Kelechukwu Adikesieme Samuel, MBBS Okada. Thank you all. Before I step out, I would like to present a class portrait to the College of Health Sciences. I'll be calling on Dr. Munago Chikwebuka Okundu, Dr. Christmas Frank, Dr. Wambani Chidima. I also need the presence of our dear provosts, the deans of basic clinical medicine, the dean of basic medical sciences, and the dean of clinical medicine to please come and receive this class portrait we're about to present. Thank you.
Anybody who won't fight you, better come, they already know. I'll be right beside you, like the wall of Jericho. They don't know, they don't know, they don't know what's going on. Wanna get so, my baby boy. I'll be a soldier for you. I'm getting the time off. You should know I got, and you don't need to get me too. I'll be right beside you in anything that you. If you ever need saving, I'll be running to you, running to you. I'll be running to you, running to you. Anywhere that you go to, running to you. I'll be running to you, running to you. Anywhere that you go to.
Thank you so much. Please, can we applaud them again? Once again, I extend my congratulations to the class of 2024-2025. Moving on quickly, I'd like to invite to the microphone the chairman, Nigeria Medical Association, Edo State Chapter, Dr. Eustace Osegale, for his goodwill message. Please, can we appreciate him?
Thank you very much. It's very exciting to be in this kind of exciting atmosphere. While standing on the already established protocol, I must acknowledge His Excellency Chief Gabriel Osawari Igbinedion, the Chancellor, the Deputy Chancellor, His Excellency Chief Lucky Nosaka Igbinedion, the Vice Chancellor, Professor Ezemoyen. Sir, I must say, very beautiful work you are doing in this place. the Provost College of Medicine, our father, Professor Dominic Osagai, the Dean College of Medicine, the Registrar, Medical and Dental Council of Nigeria, Professor Kiari, the Chief Medical Director, Igbinedion University Teaching Hospital, Dr. Yao, our guest speaker, Brigadier General Burime. Then to the proud, I must also acknowledge the proud parents of the newest doctor. Really, it's not been easy. Buy this book, buy that book. Today you are here, you are proud. I can see the smiles on the parents' faces, both the fathers and mothers. I do not only acknowledge you, I say a big congratulations. The fact that your child or your ward is a doctor is a major feat. And many parents started this journey. They could not see it through. A big congratulations to you. To our newest members, the newest members of Nigerian Medical Association Edo State Branch, I must say a big congratulations to you. And to my dear brother and sister that are the best graduating male and female students, very big congratulations to you also. I think I'd like the way Igbinedion University Okada did theirs. From the world, there is best graduating male and best graduating female, because we've been going for this event both in Edo North, Edo Central, and Edo South. We've noted that there's always a bias. The best graduating student is always a female. It's hardly a male. So I want to thank the provost, Professor Osagai, for protecting the male gender. Because I'm certain that if they had left it open, only one, maybe the girl would have won it again. So once more, I want to say, reiterate the congratulations to my newest colleagues. It's very elating and very nice to be crowned after almost a decade of hard work, struggling as a medical student to become a doctor. I see the way Dr. Kelechukwu reintroduced himself. When he reintroduced himself as a doctor, I was very happy. But really, the work has just begun. The work has just begun because you've been given a certificate to practice and a certificate to train. I'm certain that over 90% of you will not want to just end at MBBS. You may want to go into a residency training. You want to go into some other form of specialist training. So what that means is that you are going to be working now, you are going to be practicing and training at the same time. And when Dr. Kelechukwu was talking, or one of you was talking, he said, our parents should not leave us now. They should want to continue taking succor from home. Yes, very true. The umbilical cord will not just be cut just yet. But what that means is that you are also now responsible. You are earning salaries. You should be able to fend for yourself. So you have to strike a balance at this point. You work, you earn, you train. It's not easy. And some of us, we go and get married alongside. So all that means is that life is just starting. Let's enjoy the party while it's on, but let's have it in mind that this is just the beginning. And I'll say this, medicine is a very, very fulfilling career. I can assure you that none of you will regret being a doctor. But to succeed in this profession, you must take note of the ethics. I'll be very fast, but I'll just chip this in. The politician, the businessman, the lecturer that calls you to sign a fake sick-off, when he will need somebody to be appointed as a chief medical director, he will not call you because he already knows that you are fraudulent. So from even your friends, you want to do some fake things for, they've already, if you allow me to use this word, they don't see you finish. They feel you are fake. So they will not even trust the prescription you give them, not to talk of trusting you for something more serious. So by every means of the word, stick to the ethics of the profession, and that way you'll be protected. The registrar of MDCN is here. When you run foul of the law, MDCN will be quick to give you a flogging. Focus, dedication, they're also very important aspects for you to succeed in this profession. There's a desire to leave the country for greener pastures. Something tells me that these days we are training doctors to be exported out of the country. And when one of our best graduating students was talking about NAD strikes, I said just now, NAD strikes, issues in the profession, so I'm sure a lot of us want to leave the shores because already there are complaints. But the truth is that it's not as bad as we think over here. A lot of us are practicing here and are fulfilled. Fulfillment is a very strong thing. But if you desire and you must leave Nigeria, look before you leap. There's nothing wrong with you going to Canada. There's nothing wrong with you going to UK. There's nothing wrong with you going to the US. But several of our people have gone there and have gotten stuck. So don't just rush and go. Make sure you pass your exams before you go. It won't be pleasing after this glamorous event. One of our colleagues cannot practice as a doctor in the United Kingdom. He's working as a middle-skilled or low-skilled health worker. So definitely look before you leave. But in all you do, the Nigerian Medical Association Edo State branch has your back. For the best graduating students, our liaise with your provost. We have prizes for you, as is our tradition. For the other very good graduating students, we have identification cards for you. You know why? You are no longer a student of Igbinedion University, Okada. You are now a doctor and a member of the Nigerian Medical Association Edo State branch. So when you are accosted and you bring out Igbinedion University ID card, it has expired. So you come and we'll give you Edo NMA ID cards before you get placements. When you are filling your MDCM forms for final registration, please remember to fill that Okada Edo State. Thank you very much. And most of all, may God bless us and bless you all. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Please, can we applaud him again? That was Dr. Eustace Osegali, the NMA chairman, Edo State chapter. Quickly now, nurses, please, can you just take your seat? We're about to conclude, please. Just give us 5 more minutes and we'll be done. Thank you very much. Just 5 more minutes. We know you are hungry. Don't worry. There's a lot of food to eat at TS. I want to invite to the microphone for the spoken word by a 500 level student, medical student, Miss Oniloye Favor Abimbola. Please, can we give her a round of applause for the spoken word quickly? Miss Favor Abimbola, you have just 2 minutes to deliver your spoken word. After that, we're going to take the vote of thanks by the registrar, the IU anthem, and then the national anthem, and we'll conclude. Please, can we give her a hand as she makes her way to the stage? Clap for her, please. Please clap for her.
Good afternoon, everyone. Still standing on the established protocol, my name is Oyinloye Favor Abimbola, popularly known as Zoe Quiver. I'm a poet. I'm a 500 level medical student. And I'll be performing a poem today. And this poem is dedicated to each and every one of you inducting today. And it's titled The Clarion Call. When medicine called your name, it was not a whisper. It was a shout that shook your destiny. From the first day you wore that white coat, white but not innocent. You knew this path was not going to be smooth or easy. You've walked through anatomy all where cadavers became your first teachers. You wrestled with physiology until your eyes saw action potentials in your dreams. You fought with biochemistry till enzymes felt like family members. You survived block exams. Yet you stood still. MCQs that mocked you. Long cases that stretched you. Even when call duty felt like punishment. Even when sleep became a rumor. And today, we gather not just to see you induct or take an oath, but to remember every time you almost gave up. Every night you whispered, God, I beg. And every silent cry after a bad result. But look at you today. This is not the end. This is the beginning. Ahead of you lie nights when your phone will not stop ringing. Nights when your pen will write, admit, and resuscitate. Or times when your ABC will come in handy. Airways, breathing, circulations, with ends shaking from exhaustions. And yet, days when a mother's tears is in one end and the patient's case fire in the other. And you must choose compassion. You lose patience, you lose sleep, but you rise again and again. Cause the white coat's the stubborn hope. stitched into fabric. You lose count of the sacrifices you've made, but you never forget the reason you started. You lift the falling, and yet still carry a pen steady enough to write a prescription for tomorrow. Oh, remember those moments when the call room will become your second address. Because medicine is not just science, it's sacrifice. It's not just a career, it's a calling, it's a consecration. And so, walk into that wardroom like someone chosen, wear the white coat like an armor. And when the applause fades, when the all empties, when the world outside forgets the day, you'll still be here, doing the Lord's work, a healer. And history will say, on this day, the future of medicine took a breath, and it sounded like you. Thank you. And I still remain Zoe Weaver.
Thank you very much. May I invite the Registrar and Secretary to Council, Mr. Hola Oge, for the vote of thanks. Thank you.
For want of time, may I stand on the existing protocol? First and foremost, our distinguished appreciation goes to the visionary founder of this university, our Honorable Chancellor, His Excellency Chief Dr. Gabriel Igbinedion, CFR. His steadfast commitment to educational excellence and his transformative vision as for a world-class institution laid the very foundation upon which these new doctors have been trained. His immense investment in this university and the College of Health Sciences has provided a state-of-the-art facilities and productive environment that nurtured their talents. We are eternally grateful for his leadership and for his magnanimity. And as the Vice Chancellor pointed out earlier, he's celebrating his 91st birthday and he's still basking in that glory. We are exceptionally privileged to have in our midst the Registrar of the MDCN, ably represented by Dr. Enejo Abdul, my brother in the diaspora. Sir, your presence here today not only lends immense credibility to this ceremony, but also serves as a powerful affirmation of the quality of our training. We thank you and the Council for the rigorous standards and for the vital role played in safeguarding the integrity of the medical profession in Nigeria. Your guidance is invaluable. To our guest lecturer, the distinguished erudite Brigadier General Paulina Aborime, we say a heartfelt thank you. When I heard that the Brigadier General was coming, I was looking out for a very fierce person in a military fatigue. But here we had a delectable and gentleman in the army. Thank you for coming, Brigadier General. Your insightful and thought-provoking address has undoubtedly ignited the fire of a purpose and ethical responsibility in the hearts of our inductees. Our profound gratitude also goes to our indefatigable Vice Chancellor, Professor Lawrence Ikechukwu Ezemonye. I place you here in this protocol, not because of my culture, where I come from. You first give seats to your visitor before the host sits down. So please pardon me. But your exemplary leadership and resolute support for the academic and administrative machinery in this university has been the driving force behind our continued success. Your commitment to upholding the highest standards of scholarship has directly contributed to the quality of graduates we have produced year after year. We also salute other principal officers for their unwavering support to the Vice Chancellor and in the management of the university affairs. We also acknowledge the Provost, College of Health Sciences, the deans, dedicated lecturers, and all staff members who you have been the sculptors of this raw talent investing not just in knowledge, but also discipline, compassion, and time. You have shaped them into competent professionals they are today. Thank you for your sacrifices. To our proud parents and guardians, we say congratulations. You have faith, your financial and moral support, and your countless prayers have brought your children to this pivotal milestone. Today, your investment has yielded credible return. Share in their joy. It is rightly yours as well. We are grateful to all, finally, to our stars of today, the newly inducted doctors. Today, you join the noble profession of Guild of Healers. As you took the Hippocratic oaths, remember the trust the society places in you. We are incredibly proud of you and have the utmost confidence that you will go into the world and become ambassadors of excellence, compassion, and integrity, making Igbinedion University proud. Don't forget to relate with the alumni of this university. To everyone who has contributed in one way or the other to the success of this event, we say very big thank you. And we wish you safe journey to your respective destination as you continue in the celebration. Thank you.
Follow me every day. Everything when I touch.
Quickly, we are going to take the closing prayer. After the closing prayer, we are expected to remain standing as we take the university anthem and the national anthem. After that, there's going to be a group photograph here with the members of the university management as well as the guests on the stage. So by the time the group photograph is happening, the new inductees, you'll come and then you'll join up. We are going to find a way to make a provision for that because of the rain outside. It is on that note that I would like to invite Alhaji Abubakar Yahya Isa, the Galadima Lafia G of Kwara State, from the Galadima Lafia G Emirate to the microphone for the closing prayer. Please, can we give him an applause, please? Let us rise to our feet for the closing prayer. Thank you.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. We thank Almighty Allah for making this event a reality this day. We beseech Him the honors to the new in the